so late. Here we are, out on this road. I'll take you with me anywhere, yeah. Here's my heart, it's yours, you know. I'll take you with me, and I swear that I would. I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. I would. I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. Heart is with you always. It's time!
Y'all heard the man. It's time. It's time to jump back into Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We are literally, quite literally, right outside the dungeon. So, let's enter with a group of other players. Let's talk about it. Just be ready. There it is, right up there. That is the mountain we are getting ready to climb. If you are new here or have forgotten who I am Damien Cross 0220, formerly known as Demon DJ 0220, not Demon J, not Diamond J, whatever you want to call me, Damien Cross now. Because in hindsight, I've realized how confusing that nickname is, or that screen name is. I am a variety streamer, but I primarily play Final Fantasy XIV, Master Duel, and dabble into Dead by Daylight from time to time, mainly to try out new characters. Salud! All we're doing is waiting for the dungeon queue to pop, but in the meantime, let us head back to Tuliarao and sell off some of this stuff, because I like to keep my inventory clean. Also, we can also check up on our trainers while we're here. Oh, I completely forgot there's market installs up top. Painter, gemstone, merchant, Syria. What do you have? Nothing. Imperial Elder. And then Vendor. Battlecraft Supplier. Let's see what we got. We need the Chromite. No, we don't. Now don't worry, we will teleport right straight back to Warcore Zormor once we're done with the dungeon. That is the lovely thing about this expansion, or I should say Final Fantasy XIV in general, is if you're in the middle of a story, you will teleport to where you need it to. Come on, BTS, you're missing one more of you. And my Gunbreaker retainer has leveled up. Who's ahead of us? Oh, it's climbing up. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Yeah. Let's just say that we're all jerks. Exactly, yo. Exactly, Professor. upgraded my earring at least. Go further. Dawn's Elector.
I am Urfulur, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested. You are worthy to rule. Chronicles of it. Recount the fury of erupting fields. Chronicles of it. Return the hunger of roiling waters. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Of course. Now the memory fragmentation. Yep, they know about this error on Xbox, so they're just trying to wait until they can patch it out. And hopefully they can fix it soon, because it's getting annoying where I have to restart the game every time I transition to a cutscene after, say, a dungeon, or transitioning to a new region, so on and so forth. We're back. Thankfully. At least we're going straight to a cutscene. That's the best part. We're going straight to a cutscene.
Very good, Claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur-Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition, the one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
Yokui.
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise.
Ooh!
Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, Many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
He just chugs an energy drink and he's back on his feet.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve.
He was trying to steal your freaking keystone, dude.
On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warcore Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes. It is a place of great significance.
We learn more history.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valley Armanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Ah, third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Sorelcha, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
No, he has a monument. There's a difference.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
I don't think I can do that deep of a
Gulul
voice.
Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokwi. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
What else defines your father aside from strength and knowledge?
What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
We knew this was gonna be a freaking easy vacation.
What else was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Yep. Now we have the existential
That was about
crisis.
the unholy sound.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Of course. Take every advantage you get. No. My next is 96, which is Fated Brand. Oh, Fated Brand is the extension of Fated Circle. Okay. Good, you're back. There's much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in Aether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Excuse me, right now everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can. Ready? There are many injured here who need aid. If you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I'll ask you to let me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. The promises protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. The searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Are nothing serious, but this dryness is as if all the moisture has left my body. I need armor level 82. Spend some money on repairs. Yeah, it's only 115 guild. That's okay. Better than nothing. So remind me that I need to upgrade, or not upgrade, but level up my crafters. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. But I will live. Believe me, there are others in more dire need of help. Done all I can for now. If the injured you found were awake and alert then, that as well. the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I healed the giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group's leader, the Vorporlor, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to find Warlar's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Velagamanda has broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the Temple Guard and see what's become of the Skyruins prison. Within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Bakul Jaja. Well, it's time for another round of magical meat suits.
Who enters this hollowed hall?
Yep, the cool Jaja. Be right back.
claimant.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vidrar. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vidral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja. But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror. I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the Vidral to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
This is the kind of challenge I live for.
Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you resolve to slay Valigarmanda, you'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
We now are on our way to the first trial. So, Aaronville, any ideas on how we may track, how we can track Valigamanda? I'm doing it's good, Omega. We're actually on track to the first trial of the expansion. The tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Skyrim's whereabouts far more quickly. Oh, really? What level are you at, and what are you leveling? Though a Tural Vitral of extraordinary nature, Valigamanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. It's the help hand! Nice. I did some Viper leveling off screen. Got it to level 81, so that way all I have to do is just grind through the dungeons. A floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As the name suggests, Gleaners use it to detect the ether of living beings. You've had that in your pack this whole time? Excuse me. I can calibrate it to follow a specific ether aspect. The problem with Velagarmanda, however, is that it can shift freely between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. That is true. Bosnia is a good place. And also, the Eureka Deep Dungeon. Well, we know that in order to awaken Velagarmanda from its icy imprisonment, the Bakul Jaja cast spells which quickened its fire aspect of ether. And the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that upon breaking free, Velagarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. And the choice is plain: fire. If I remember correctly, isn't Eureka up to 80? Oh, that's right, it's up to 80. So it's a good way to get lower level jobs up to 80. So yeah, Bosnia would be the best possible chance. The Seeker, however, is not without its fault. As we are not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire aspect of ether. Yeah, oh, Eureka's up to 70, okay. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering. Hold on. 1 second. I'm gonna double check something before we continue. Eureka Orthos. Level 81. All players begin at level 81. So it's 81 to 90. You're talking about the actual Eureka zones. I'm talking about Eureka Orthos. Yeah, so I could actually go in and start leveling up Viper using Eureka Orthos and also Painter or Pictomancer. I got that too. Yeah, you unlock it by talking to I believe it's Ojika and give me 1 second. I'm looking it up right now. You unlock it by talking to, let's see, Delve into Myth, Rabanta. Yep, Rabanta. She's the, she's the person you talk to, it looks like, in Mordona. And you have to clear level 450 of Palace of the Dead. So basically complete the story of Palace of the Dead. Nope, you have to complete Palace of the Dead, the first 50 floors. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say why not pursue both methods at the same time? Yeah, I have I cleared Palace of the Dead, Heaven on High. Now I just have to do the Eureka Orthos, and then I'll have all the deep dungeons up to current complete. But yeah, Bozja is also a good way to power level characters due to the fact that, you know, it's a level capped zone, but all the levels go towards leveling up. So you take Palace of the Dead to 60, Heaven on High to 70, Bozja to 80, and then Eureka Orthos to 90. Sorry. Palace of the Dead 50 to 60, Heaven on High 60 to 70, Bozja to 80, and then Eureka to 90. So good luck trying to get anybody to join you for Palace of the Dead, because I tried leveling Bard a few weeks before patch, and there was no one. Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. I sense a hole. That's okay. It's small. You travel with me then, Makoto, in case the seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Yeah. Also, completing each of the associated deep dungeons and getting, I think if I remember correctly, getting certain milestones with each character, or which each job unlocks specific weapons that you can use, and they're basically the weapons that you use in the deep dungeon, but you take them out and they actually get stats for the actual open world. The rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyrim sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has any objections, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Yaqui. Sorry. Tirali naming. Very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valgamanda. I should like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. I think I still have my Paladin Palace of the Dead. The first stage, not the second stage of the weapon. We should be on our way as well. Pointing the way. Maple teriyaki. That's direct hit and bite, so we'll head to the outskirts of the village first, and set the secret detect fire aspect of ether. Right, the Seeker's ready to go. Warlord's Echo is still suffused with the Sky Rune's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin trekking, shall we? Once you choose a partner, Bill will accompany you. The Ether Seeker will then begin leading you onwards. Follow the Ether Seeker to its destination without falling behind. If you leave Aaronville for any reason or lose sight of the Ether Seeker, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire aspected ether. Yep. Source of fire aspected ether located. Tracking disengaged. Yeah, it's a freaking fire sprite, yeah. Ding ding. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Yeah, it's a greater fire sprite. Would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue to confuse the Seeker if you leave it be. Ouch. Yeah, I understand that. I work third shift, so I try and stream mostly on the weekends. And I say mostly is because Friday and Saturday I don't have to go until 11. Sunday, Monday I'm off, and Tuesday I can stream in the morning. So Wednesdays and Thursdays are no-goes. Measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Repeat previous phrase. Oh, really? First shift, huh? Ah, okay. You're doing Dawntrail as Viper. I'm doing Dawntrail as Gunbreaker because it is my main. Oh, great. To lava, ooh, a lava. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. If you'd be so kind. Of course. Like, granted, we're getting the frickin' runaround, but this is XP we're talking about here. Full bag. that's right. It's a freaking quest enemy, so it does not provide XP. Well, thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to. What world are you on? Affirmative, zoom tracking. Yeah, I'm on Excalibur, so Excalibur Primal Data Center. Oh no, not the crater! Yeah, currently DC travel and world visit are limited, but if you're going to Dynamis, then I'll meet you there. Another remnant of Valakamanda's last rampage. The crater's flames registered to the Seeker as corporeal ether. In the words of the Tuliyola saga, when Valakamanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever. Its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Skyrim's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelted prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it is a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living ether. You can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. Yeah, everybody can go to Dynamis and back to their home worlds, but nobody can travel to any of the other data centers outside of Dynamis or Oceania. There, now the Seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Valakamanda's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a cleaner and as a guide. Annabelle is ready to resume tracking Valkamanda. This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valkamanda's ether. Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Affirmative, resume tracking. Sample ethereal signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Five quests and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 ether currents. I need 3 quests and 7 ether currents. And I've not gotten any other locales yet. We just put into another freaking crater! Good, the secret was drawn directly to the Skyrim's fire. Now we know why we set the correct parameters for its ethereal aspect. We'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration. That should direct us to the Turel Vidral itself. Recalibrating sensors, removing tracking. It's funny that he's using a the freaking health cursor. The indelible passage. Oh boy. That's no good. That's no good. That's no good. I think we'd notice if Valigamanda was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side. Her the first, and of course, south of the Matcha Field, and then we have Hanakalu Retreat, Narior Gorna. So both of those both of these this side of the map right here, and this side of the map right here will remain undiscovered until I clear the quests to get flight.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all.
Just seeing the freaking little
In any case,
go,
I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokti with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valley Garmand seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop! That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valley Armanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valley Garmanda. Either you seek to defile Warcor Lara Door, or you are fools.
No, you're the one who's the fool.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valley Garmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
You too, Omega. Have fun. Enjoy your travels through Tural.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead.
A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vitral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people.
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chirwagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone. We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We Do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
I do too.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Alright, so we have 2 tanks, 2 healers, 4 DPS, Warcore Lardor. During this quest and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. So yeah, we are gonna do this as a trust. That way we can learn this fight for, say, another run, but with party members. Or not party members, but humans. Well, this would be the Trial of Ice that was talked of in the saga. This duty, your indomitable strength of will allows you to withstand incapacitation and capacity damage a certain number of times. while sustaining most damage would normally result in a KO, will instead ignite the will to live. Okay.
to overcome it.
The devil bird is down. Oh, God.
We did it. We slew Valigarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Fidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it?
Excuse me.
Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best.
You fought well, though.
I did, didn't I? Even if it wasn't at full strength, we defeated a living legend. I swear, I'll surpass the old man one day.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Yeah. Your proud expression to speak a successful hunt. Now that I'm surprised, not that I'm surprised in the least. Zaralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarilja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. It's nothing unusual for Zaralja. No. It's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. Excuse me, I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigarmanda, it wasn't only Urpapacha at risk, there would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. I am actually 2 levels ahead of the main story right now. The Feet of Ice. Yakubi must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valigarmanda will strike next. The sections will be hurried back in a late years. Alpha knows as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry about another moment. Okay, so that's for reviving your allies in command missions. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerferler. Gerferler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zulmurwar? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jalja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui.
That we have.
May glory and prosperity continue to bless to Liolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a myth from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You Woklamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not
What is up with all these? You did me a service, I must repay you. It's like, you're just doing our
Wouldn't even know what
job.
to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea. That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess. A statue so tall, even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously had, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Book Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest,
forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokwi in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Sudden change of heart about Tuliolo. That doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. Annabelle would propose a course of action. Oh, and now we have more. We have more quests. Garhorlor. Soothing Salty. Garhorlor. Oh, up there. Okay, nothing. No equipment. Let's show our tank stance because, no need for that at the moment. I think it's time we return to Tuliolo. There's scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the Forward Cabins calling our names. The Forward Cabins. Well, everyone, we can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. We'll be heading to the palace with Flamat. Flamat, did you hear me? Off in our own little world, it seems. Well, no matter, I'll be back soon enough. The attendant is standing by to unlock the cabin to enjoy your stay. Cabin is just as you left it, minus the light later for us.
You have a moment?
Of course.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Out with it.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Look what I... Well, now that I actually have a decent bit of scratch... Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favorite places in Tuliyolan. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. chess piece. Yeah, just the chess piece. Oh, that is cheap. Nope. Leggings? Yes. Feet? Nope. Earrings? Hell no. Dark mahogany necklace? Nope. That's almost 100 grand. That's almost 100 grand. And that's almost 100 grand. We'll do the full Moonfire set. Why the hell not? Really, game? I'm just going back to the frickin' cabins. Peshiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Oh, sorry, Makoto. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to that spot I was thinking of.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. I'd look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Orkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
For a world like his dreams.
With eternal life and no struggle or conflict, it's certainly an ideal worth striving for. Who knows if we could make such a world a reality? But renouncing war and conquest seems like a good place to start. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness. It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me? Thank the gods for that. Well, I have nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
So here's an idea that I have. All of the role quests are on even levels. 92, 94, 96, 98, and 100. So once we get to level 100, we'll go and finish off the role quest for tank. You look good in good spirits. Assuming your leisure time was well spent. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, we'll soon be back to the road for us. That's it for Dark Mahogany weapon offer. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I hope everyone has rested well. I just want to make sure this isn't a voiced cutscene. Alright. I will be back in just a moment. I need to take a quick restroom break and we'll get back underway shortly. See y'all in a bit. Now that we've refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zorolja and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Buklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us one short. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. You can't have more than 3 keystones at most. You may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back what is mine. This, I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if the Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valagarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rivals' attempts. We may find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. The last 2 keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Zabral in the forest of Yatel, specifically near a village called Ibrax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. The Lay of the Brotherhood takes place... where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended the 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yaqui architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? Then Ketenram must have met with the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yatel, not far from Ibrax. Then all things considered, Yatel seems to be the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. Oh, we're riding in one of Koana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? You have to deal with the wind currents, not the water currents. Flight to Yatel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yatel? Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. You are nervous. I've been on airships plenty of times. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand? Just until I've settled my nerves. Of course. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Makoto. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is, third promise. Just wait a moment. Mabu and Tobli? Of course, of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Thorol as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that Charming's taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yogg-Thorol, to where it seems you are already bound. Well, look, then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather here? Or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. It seems a lot of the voice lines are focused on the claimants and some of the other important NPCs to Thorol. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I just got to board this dirigible and I'm as good as there. Let's call for passengers to Yogg-Thorol. I really hope she wins. Yogg-Thorol will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yogg-Thorol. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the rite of succession would reach its climax.
Yogg-Thorol. Yogg-Thorol.
Are you all right?
She has severe motion sickness.
Never been good with heights.
Oh, heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumauka.
Kozumauka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
Cenote. Okay, that's cool.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility, and I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Good, everyone's accounted for. Ephrax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Oh no! Oh no! Somebody fell down into a cenote! God damn it, Lamont! Anvil was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Oh, nobody fell in. Okay. Looks like they got palisades set up. Dark mahogany chest gear. Need that. Ready to head on in? Actually, no, I already have it. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. The promise and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars, at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There is but one way to find out. Come on, let's follow him. Oh, come, let us follow him. Frickin' hoity-toity Alfie.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
Just a second. Discord's doing its dumb thing again.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with a Ligarmanda in the first place.
self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Weaver.
Now that we
That's
are
what they're
assembled,
called, Weaver.
let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As a Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as a lector on behalf of my people. As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival.
Oh, all 4!
Third promise. If you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Please don't pair us with Buruk. Please don't let
12 forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red.
Blue.
On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red! Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Yes! We work with the smart one!
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
It's culinary time!
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, To know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Facepalm.
The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
The first team to complete their dish and have it be
I've never actually
satisfactory
heard
to
of
the
Shibruk Bibir
elector's
before.
liking is the winner.
What's it like, I wonder?
Yep, and once again, we have an interruption in the game because they sent us or they moved us, I should say. I need to figure out when the Moonfire set was introduced. Because if I can determine the item level, well, item level is 1, so it doesn't matter. Level 50, so it's a Realm Reborn. Sweet. unfortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempt to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Heh, of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. 2 claimants, Saril Jah and Bakul Jaja's lackeys. Whereas we're a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Zebruk Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Zabral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. I need to check to see if my announcement post has disappeared. Damn it. Oh, no. Achiote. We mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Okay, Achiote. Pop them back. The recipe for Zibrut Pibil? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Honmurut himself. But your mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still to be had at market. Wink. The market. Who's this over here? Oh. Oh, they're having a wrestling match, a show of strength. Awesome. You are. We got to cut our losses and head to Mamluk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we came in from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Najul, Jatika banana peel. I can barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Alright. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Abil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one like a staple dish. An observation of their techniques was enough. The lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to the meal. But one particular she attributed to all common liberal dishes, Shote, she called it. See, Bill is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as optimal plains. We have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burning bubbles wrapped in jewel, a banana in certain localities. It seemed the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. also the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles, then don't we? A brook, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Bill, indeed. To summarize, this dish is one of beetroot, flavored with a combination of spices that include achiote and steamed underground with jewel, or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you all were exploring the village. In local vegetation and along the brook, we should have everything we need in regards to unique spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer my aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I am happy to lead someone to a suitable Hebrew, as they will perform the requisite deed. Alize? As for the jewel leaves, I believe I am capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find a jewel in these parts. They only grow in the Chatga heartland, forests far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we have to try bartering first. This way encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lavati, I'll take a photo if you would accompany me on my errand. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks then. Let's go and get those jewel leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. See if there are jewel leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Yanje mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? The jewel leaves? For purposes other than Bill naturally? Unfortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Gomagic Grove is the source of the finest jewel leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I hope to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients than to the Jatika heartland, we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Tyumbek Traverse, but it has caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. What? That means we can't get on the jewel leaves. But we can, can't we? If there were no other way of procuring them, he would have suspended his feet, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of her pass with an empty stomach. You may find Zibruk Kabil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all of our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolal. So perhaps there is something about Zibruk Kabil that we have yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like, who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. Ahem, if it's Yaktel's history you're interested in, you should start with the Old War. The theme is Zabral and Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar on the upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Zibruk Kabil. Huh? What does steamed Ibruk have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Guessing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilyan Asol. It lies a short distance to the east. Village of Ilyan Asol. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. Yeah. If you guys know Nest, one of the members, Corey, he's like, man, I can't fall off of anything. I can't die from fall damage. I can't dismount in midair. Today. Oh, I need to pick up my next tier of hunt marks. The village of Ilyan Asol must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. So this is the village of Ilianaso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Ukebu! Didn't know you were here in Yaktel. I was picking up lumber from Grass when I heard the third promise was on her way to the site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so I followed you here. Ukebu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume? No. For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Koana. Oh, that's a good name. Familiar name. Where have I heard... He's about to freak out! Koana, this is the second promise of Tuliolo? To think that I addressed the Dwarven servant's own son as some common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on. Not this again. I take no offense, so please don't dwell on it. Do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about Zibruk Kabil. While I am forbidden by the Zabraxarax to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Zabral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja live in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun, and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Zabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Zabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hobigo, Bonewa, and the Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged in the Zabral in the battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hobigo and Bonewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of different clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hobigo and Bonewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually rising as the first Altar, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone into leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. I'm going to take a quick respite, and I will be right back. before we continue on, my beloved told me to look up something. I believe she said to look up Matt Mercer. Because I know he plays Vincent Valentine in Cyberpunk, Ghost in the Shell, Sailor Moon Crystal. Oh, he's Prince Demond. Alrighty. I'm gonna let this sit for a little longer because it's freaking hot AF. Ooh. Yikes. Yike. No yike.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
They're the jail scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours! If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace!
Puff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. But why should you? Affairs beyond the south we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
A boat.
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda. What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How the Belu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envisioned.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Piss off, Ghost! Alright. He really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. Keeping them when I can sell them on the market board. Hey! Bananas still weigh heavily on Kawana's mind. Like, I'm surprised I'm allowed to accept it at a level with a level 90 when I'm level 95. Wugevu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Zibrukti Gil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary tool we use unless... Tell me, was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Speculation, I dare to hope. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Namichi, Makoto, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Look here, the soil has been recently overturned. Ooh, someone buried a box. Well, I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh nodule leaves. Kumburuk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wugevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I have been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. I'll devise solutions to the Hanokana's ailing crops. But you alone sought to know their culture and revive the Ikihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliyollal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. So yeah, for now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Eekbrax. Let us go. I need to I'm gonna open the computer dashboard, see if I have any things that I need to check. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? Except the Najul leaves, Ukevu came along and helped us find them. Ukevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. There we go. The Gulul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. And how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Ryanja and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? Of course Alize would fall down a hole. Freaking rushes headlong into danger. I can do things myself, yet falls into a hole. I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achiote. I'm told our resident astrologian defined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Through further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And no. And you, I hope. As I recall, you're an accomplished culinarian. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house can.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
It's basically a soft, spicy meat soft taco.
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Bibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
Yeah, it looks right. But does it taste right?
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated in spice before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
You're Mamulja! You should know!
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
Is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. Ah, that was smooth. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
And we still need to get your keystone back from the cool Jaja.
Well, I should get going then. I'm I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone.
Oh.
I forgot something important. Is there any shipwreck people left? I could really use another helping.
The first promise of a keystone is a crucial victory indeed. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Seabrook reveal again. Here, Makoto. Carl made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer to us, right? Oh crap, it's a freaking tabletop item! Direct hit bonus plus 4%. Vitality plus 5%. Gear durability bonus plus 3. XP plus 3%. 30-minute duration. New wares are now available from the Zabral merchant. Yep. What am I missing? I'm missing rings, and I'm missing... I can actually hold off on going for gear. I'm good on gear for right now. I'm at 660. I'm at 659, so we should be fine. Besides, we should be getting 665 gear from the next dungeon. Zebra Pibil. A freaking... A single tray is $5,000. Buy another one. And let's go to the free company house, just to be on the safe side. See if anybody's got something cooking in the company workshop. Foot gear. Definitely. Feet and hands. Those are the only two that I need on the left side. The next feat awaits, and Alphino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tainbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. So let us each use this time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village's surrounds. If Araville would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I should rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yaktel. Oh, that's right. Mablu did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't she? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Makoto? Let us reconvene here after our respective diversions. Doesn't mean we aren't family. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at a market in our house some 20 years ago. We who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries while we can. I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him passing by. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hunluru. He was already Zabraxarax then. A baby girl. He couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Please let it be voiced. Please let it be voiced. Hello again. Or, I was going to say, please don't let it be voiced. I should say that. Of course, it hasn't uploaded yet. A foreign mage passed through Brax roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. Foreign Mage did indeed visit Rex. Master Gulliff. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well. I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say the Yahui once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Ripopacha some 5 centuries ago, the Yahui claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Jatika heartland. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that my position forbids me from aiding you further. I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Makoto. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. I'm gonna take a quick break. Because I need to pee something first. Be right back. Thank you for enlightening me. First, let us head to the cenote beyond this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Carl's plea has softened my resolve. As a leader of our community, I am gladdened to see that the Third Promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growth for Wuk-Lamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born amongst the Zabral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old, an accident was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Zabral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child who would one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of the Zabral. I was determined not to let them succeed, so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew would protect her. Dawn Servant Guljada. You're her pappy? Though she was born to lead the Zabral, fate had a greater plan for Wuk-Lamat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed Mamuk, then rancor towards the Zabral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. So I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant Telesper, but as a father, to watch over the Third Promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadow. Will you do this for me? Of course. I'm not a dum-dum. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as a ruler of Tuliolal, but as a concerned father. Suffice it to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. You got my word. Oh, that Hobigo. There's the gloves! I just need the headpiece now. Hanuruk stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please, do not keep this third promise waiting. Getting to the bottom of things, if they have the headpiece. I'm looking for the helm. Nope, you don't have it. So it means it's gonna be in Mamuki. In a sanctuary. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, I need to go and grab myself a drink. Because if I know what's going on, especially with the glowy around her, we're about to be in for a fight. Fight that I know I've been waiting for. Our clash with the cool Jaja. So, 1 minute while I go and grab myself some drinks. so that's right. It doesn't update on the lodestone until after you log out. You're back. What did Hamuru want? Can't tell you. It's a secret. It's alright. You don't have to say. More importantly, the Titan Vectorverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks? And I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing it for it has worn me out. That does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of the cool judges. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but I know it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise. I'm going with you. I made a promise to both her dads.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking this? Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you'll deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on. Look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Homoruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Cowards don't stand a chance against Rook Lamont.
You dare call us cowards? And kill you all! Don't look away, son. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Are you sure about that?
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people!
In this battle, you will play as Rook Lamont. Through skillful combat, Rook Lamont will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious.
So I can rip you to pieces! I'll cut you to shreds!
Should be more than enough for Miss Needles.
I'll make you eat dirt!
No more tricks, Bakul Chacha. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior?
you so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
How do you like this? Kitty.
What it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Take it back!
It's time to finish them. This is the end for you, kitten.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn's servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Be rid enough! Why won't you die? I'll show you the true power of the Blessed!
I will be the next Dawn servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last! That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you!
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack! This is our fight! Stay out of it!
you believe in me.
Such country! She wasn't like this before!
And I'll be taking back what's mine now. Yep.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanu, releasing Valley Armanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
Damn right.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Kulul Jaja's daughter, and Tuli Hyolal's next dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Heck, we aren't even halfway through. So now we need to talk to the Altarka Mamuk. Seems we were the last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of the fight even when it got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But the cool Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I can stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier in the second Promises camp, and now we're on even footing with the second promise.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Bibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
Hey, it's better than Archon Loaf.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage? That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Yeah, leave it to the Shakespeare.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Charlatan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Too true.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
As our promise looks, she's positively growing in confidence. What in the world happened? Did something happen while we were away? There's a certain satisfied air about you. Amber's tour was both educational and exciting. I hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forests. The twins ran me from one end of its whole horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. And there's the headgear. So what's the state of the Tie-and-Beck Traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Umuruk said he would notify us as soon as the work was done. And perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Mukulamat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Little did they, we already got it. Oh, I already got it back. Ding! What? When? Not to mention how. This is the cool Jaja we're talking about. She defeated him in single combat, but then he decided to try and ambush us with his goons, but we took care of them too. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I've got good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tie-and-Beck Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we finally can make for Mamuk. Come to think of it, isn't Bakul that Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Ketanram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Ketanram and Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Zabral and Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk. And while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tuliolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and to eat so much Zibruk Pibil besides. Thank you for everything, Hunmuruk. Until next time, take care. First, we make our way across the Zborg Cinderfield to due southeast. Zorbret Cinderfield. either turret. Grizzled Hunter has the necklace, which we're fine on. Yeah, we're at 660, so we're fine. We're actually on par with, we're actually a bit ahead when it comes to gear, so. There we are. The traverse will bring us straight into the Jatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let's take our time and descend safely. I spoke with one of the excavators on the way down. Apparently, the cool Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wukong single-handedly defeated someone possessed of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Yeah, to try and ambush us again, of course. The heart. Whoa. Alluring, isn't it? More ways than one. Take my pairing stone and hold it close to the boiling water drop. As you hold the pairing stone in the soft glow, it fixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Prairie stones are natural magnets, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of the many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. So you just gave me a magnetic rock and stuck it to a freaking meteorite made of pure iron. So these glowing boulders keep plummeting down from the heavens? Could they all be merciful? There you are! Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forests, indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamoot can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. Yes, we can actually hide the log window now, so I don't have to worry about putting my face cam on. Here we finally are. Now to find the Elector. As this is also my first time visiting Mamoot, I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Mamoot's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. Like the outfit. It's neat, it's snazzy. City of Silence. Finally in Mamoot, Lamont is eager to make progress. You know, we all know what comes next. Let's find that Elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Mamoot's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Aaronville can come with me, and Alize can go with Kryl. That leaves Makoto company with Lamont. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. May as well be ambient noise for all the care the citizen pays you. Yeah, fuck you too, buddy. And you too! Rude! Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone, the Dawn Servant's Elector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if nobody will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quickly as you can.
Up there!
Bested by a mere shade.
Sororja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Tuliyolal's mightiest warrior. Yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battering your betters.
I think it is time that I can actually use this. Unless I don't have it up. I don't have it up. Of course, I don't have my blurb things. Source. Browser source. Oh well. Do it later.
Emotional, damn it!
There we go.
Oh, and this one time, at band camp, I stuck a flute in my pussy.
No, that is... Oh, here we go. Look at this dude.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
There we go. There we go.
Emotional damage.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short. That is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Zoralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
Oh, damn!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
Cyrielja, it's done. Your boy lost.
When Zoralja was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force. But he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Galul Jar Jar. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take.
I tried. But I couldn't.
I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Ooh, exile! Even worse!
Let's go, brother.
That is worse.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Exactly.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise. I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
That is promising. And actually, I just realized something. It's 6 o'clock almost. Which means we might actually have to deal with a login queue. So if that's the case, and we have a login queue, I'll be taking a quick trip to the restroom. I'll be sit down to us logging in. Actually, not that bad, but I will be taking a quick respite. Real quick, like 30 seconds. talk to Alfie. The electors we have met thus far all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimants equally. This is a real Jah, however, seems set in his belief that only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zadil Jah won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Wow, these take dies really well. I actually like this outfit. And the pink makes it look kind of a rose goldish look. Thank you for coming. My name is Milalja. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. What is it you wish to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the peoples of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, as a Brawl, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously didn't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he'd do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Malajaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed sibling supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament to the tradition's infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Galul Jaja's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character, and in so doing you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit too far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. Yalja has something to show you. There is a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Oh, so here's where the wyverns come from. I was wondering where the wyverns came from. At least naturally occurring. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Milal Jha was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. Blue morphos? Yeah, a lot of fauna in Eorzea seems to have come from Tural. A hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn their ways, except they probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up to them. And it's 661, it looks like, for gear score. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed. Oh boy. I think they're franking the Frankenmemel. They're created and abused. They're not blessed spawnings at all, but weird amalgamations, weird hybrids. Ooh, that's a deep cenote.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
Ooh.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
A cool cha-cha.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
So, Bakul Jaja was only in this because he was
Perhaps
forced.
it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Listen, as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Babonja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits.
Oh. Criminy.
Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
That's not the case.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibran was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Jibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, wrapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
I sympathize with your pain, but
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends Ehubiko and Bonewa colore. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklama.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
It is.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
And for those of you who are wondering, the cenotaph is similar to a mausoleum or a crypt. Hey, Makoto, before you join the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know, the cool Jaja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihana, sabotage us on the river, kidnap me for my keystone, and release the most vicious Thrall of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understood why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, all my anger just evaporated. Still needs to make amends. I hear you, but Cool Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them, like anyone else. Right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's head back up to the city. Yeah, the Sky Deep Cenote. Cenote. Fia's wave when using his right. The Cool Jaja's scale represents his faithfulness. He won't fail him or his people. Mafino is ready to bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milal Zulush is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest Zaril Jah discover our intentions. Fortunately, the Cool Jaja thought to give us additional scales, so he might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking to the likes of you. A blessed scale in an outsider's hand? What business do you have with me? So Bakul Jaja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Maksutural Zuj at once. Trust you, and so will I. So, what is it that you require of me? I need you to go to Maksutural Zuj. Cool, Jaja bids us come to Maksutural Zuj? A strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. You managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful. The esteemed Dakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Maksutural Zuj as well. Apparently, there's a jewel nursery to the west called Golmaji Grove. Could you go see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you in Maksutural Zuj afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Driving down to the banana patch. Leave this place outside. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, Blessed Scale Bearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Maksutural Zuj at once. Go. Where's the Lamont? She's not with you. Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well? Namachi, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I've barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you need to race to the global city. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamook has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well. I'm at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Wook Lamont, third promise of Tuliolal. Promise? I thought you served Bakul Jaja. You deceived us! No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Wook Lamont has won my trust. Now, you will hear her words. Oh, and the Mamolja tongue, Ja means head. Hence, Jaja, to head. The cool Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you paid to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experiences of its people, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from that cycle of tragedy that's creating blessed siblings demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I do not want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed siblings can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain. And together, we may find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zervila. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. And let's make sure they feel heard. I'm glad Kalana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamook's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Mamook speaks. And Tuliyola listens. Alright, Makoto, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamulja and Zabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest. But due to infighting, the Mamulja forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hobigo and Bunewa clans, Hobigo and Bunewa clans intermarried, and that's how Blessed Siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on Blessed Siblings. This land was once rich with ore, but the Yahui did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we made our riches to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born. That's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, we don't have good prospects for trade. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force. For that, we need the might of Blessed Siblings. So, there have to be other ways to thrive. Ways that don't require fighting. As you will have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, and it feels like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, and our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only one that grows well is the jewel. Jatika banana and Tarab. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. Forest where nothing grows? It's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Blessed Siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuliyola, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed Siblings are meant to deliver us from the accursed forest. To lead us to the fertile land above, where we might make a place for Mulja to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire fertile land? One that's all your own? I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, fertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get that for them than Blessed Siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites at least would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Annville mention something about the meteorites? That the aether they emit makes the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways that they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insights. really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with me. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. Just need a moment to investigate it further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. It is incredible how a tree can support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to those meteorites can thrive in this forest. So, if so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would bring necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned jewel tree. Indeed, I would like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Cryo could lend your expertise as well. I mean, they're both Archons. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them that the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. I will be right back. I have a feeling the AC is on. I need to turn it on because I'm starting to sweat. There's one. There's two. That's three. That's four. And five. Did you find your fragments? Here you go. Much obliged. Alpha Chrono and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I am hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. Tell my sister to wait our info at Masutural Zuj, so go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Tawana and the others. I don't know the first thing about those charming devices of his, but if they can help, if they can be of help to Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Makoto. I can feel it. The fate of Brotherhood. Luke Lamont is determined to find a solution for Mamuk. I'm sure Zuriel Zhao would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, and the fool Jaja not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Tawana and the others will be back with a report soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier we asked about the hopes you placed on the Blessed Siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all aspects, or in all respects, have you ever struggled to build a prosperous home? Thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest entirely, or uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that the Jatika heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you've seen crops fail time and time again. We have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt, in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via the Link Bureau. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. What, are you gonna frickin' Amazon Prime them seeds and frickin' starter plants? Just as Eorzea acquired the potato and tomato from Tural, so too might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'd be able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then there was never any need to fight? Never any need to sacrifice? We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know Blessed Siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strengths can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there's another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Makoto? Anything is possible when we work together. Our victory over Valgamanda proves it. Skyruin? The great Galul Jaja himself struggled even to steal it. You said what we knew, what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade and the feet of the Brotherhood and clear the way for Maluk's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete this feat, let's be sure to tell the real Ja the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Passion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it is a simple choice. We're counting on you, Luke Lamont. Yep. Well, we have about a good 2-3 hours of, not having to worry about, having to drop. Luke Lamont has gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zeral Jah made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. There we go. Upon proceeding, so here's what Luke said. Someone has gone to fetch Zeral Jah. He should be here soon. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety.
Zeral Jah, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Two heads are better than one.
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Ulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Somebody needs to inform him that even the mightiest of foes can be felled
Everyone ready?
with numbers. Hairville, get the hell back.
No hard feelings, Papa. I've got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Oh yeah. We're all here.
Bear
Fight!
witness to our resolve.
In the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
Erupting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
Enough. But together, we shall triumph.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
Resolve the risen Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant! I will protect my people! Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! I'm not finished yet!
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servant. Tuliyola!
And that was done on the first try.
That's my old man for you.
refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Kitten Ram!
Arugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
Tanqua?
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
We're not minions. We're Wuklamat's friends and comrades.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Yes.
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
The last one.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Sure, my graphics card is holding up to the strain of what's been going on.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's holding up.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuklamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
And I just realized, we still have 3 more zones. Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Third promise. You brought everyone? We were just coming to you. We did it. Hilalja. We proved to the altar that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we've always wanted here in our homeland without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the color and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we've never expected. Something new may become something you love, and someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind. And while it may feel scary, taking that first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mook grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so it shall remain. Or so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Autarchs. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned. And your life isn't forfeit. The last thing the city needs is more death. The cool Jaja hasn't found this fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuliolal. You can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know. The people of Mamuk have accepted you. Merchants and vendors are now available for use. And we can finally do quests here. Not like that matters, because, you know, we're headed back. Or we're, headed... Alright, road to the Golden City. This ain't no place for a proper chat. It'd be cabins just north of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people call it on account of me dazzling pointlers. Let's just head to Kitten Ram's house, or Tonqua's house, whatever you want to call him. And once we get to a natural stopping point, we will end for the session. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? They haven't exactly been welcoming to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep weather eye on them. Though seeing how you've won them over, methinks I'll have less need of vigilance. I'm here at Gulul Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept. And, incidentally, to remind Zariel Jah of his duty as a lector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I'd say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Warcourt Zormor? That's right. Kittenham was one of the names. That's right, Kittenham was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, though Maganda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as you are by all these bright and eager faces? I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hopes for this nation. That I must continue to protect. What I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Lamont. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. These ones besides me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. Eh? All by yourself? How? When? As you well know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. So when Hunluruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ichbrax 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galuf's visit had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Yahui who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt of these golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Grufferler's abilities are at all representative, the Yahui are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the dreamers of Elb likely owe their experiences to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself. Here, in the forest, in these forests. Then all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It would behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can take the opportunity to see any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetheryte. You're Kahuika's boy, aren't you? She told me about you, said she tasked you with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Uklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it together. Was I ever that young? For me? It seems Captain knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Alphado said to meet by the Aetheryte, so I'll see you there. Race to the Golden City. Well, we're the only ones in the race right now. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever the first 80 visitors. You won't believe how many Majul they gave me. Now all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Well, Ja. And is the real Ja? You've come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Meaning he could tell her and she could tell us. And anything you could tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There is no corner of this forest we do not intimately know, save for me. Do you recall the place I showed you where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? That stone pier stands at the entrance of the Skydeep Synod, the final resting place for the children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph doors, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. The Golden City is in Yaktian. It may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices made to conceive them. The cenote is no longer under our protection. It is a dismissal or dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Their bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure the Queen Chacha would appreciate it, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Also visited the cenote, come to think of it. It was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him. A mage, I believe. Galif! Truly? The Dawn Servant did not disclose his reasons, but he descended past our cenotaph and into the old Yahui quarries. Doubtless the very same ones excavated by Vorpalor's dreamers. And the Golden City must be there. At the depths of the Skydeep Cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. We'll find a winged beast or two lingering in Wilkadrap descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, so I promise. You will make a magnificent Dawn Servant. This is it, everyone. To the Skydeep Cenote. All we gotta do is get over there. That's all we gotta do. Once we get there, put this puppy to bed for the night. not giving me, well, you're not giving me gil, so. Beast of the Sky Deep Cenote? Yep. Whee! I cannot wait till I get flight here. It'll make things a whole lot easier. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond these doors is right of succession or no. Disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. We end today's session. I thank everybody who came in for the ride. Once again, Kimmy and Kitty, thank you for following, even though it was off stream. Omega and who else was in here earlier? Oh yeah, Omega, thank you also for coming by to hang out. Anybody else who was in here just lurking about, doing whatever, I appreciate you. Love your faces. And we are going to hang out with... You know what? We want to see if anybody else is on at this time. It'd be nice if Discord would, you know, do the thing. You know what? Here we go. If y'all are up for some cozy gaming tonight, Mama French got you covered because she is playing Stardew Valley. So, everybody get ready for the jump, and I will see you next time. Bye.
That scared the crap out of me. Damon Cross, thank you for the raid. Shit, that scared me to death. Aw, well, it won't let me go inside. But that's cool. I fixed the house. Oh, that's all I needed to do? It didn't give me anything for that? Fine, then. I'm still gonna go over here and get more hardwood, though.